Once again, sportsmen, lanes 2 and 3. Just a reminder, Super Pro and Pro are 8th mile categories. So if you're running Pro or Super Pro, you're going to be running 8th mile today. Sportsman and motorcycle are going to be full quarter miles. So once again, motorcycle and the sportsman category are full quarter mile today. Once again, sportsmen should be in 2 and 3. Sportsmen 2 and 3 going to put out the first call for motorcycles to lane 8. Motorcycles lane 8. And Pro ET, how about 4 and 5? Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. So sportsmen should be in 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. Motorcycles lane number 8. So once again, Pro 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5. Motorcycles lane number 8. Motorcycles lane number 8. All right, sportsmen, suit up. Sportsmen, suit up. First pair out in Sportsman is going to be Bob Harris, Elisa Coyle, the trophy girl. Elisa, 217, red, R-E-D, 097 to the green side for Mr. Bob Harris. Once again, Sportsman is coming out of the lanes. If you're not here for Sportsman, you're late. That's lanes 2 and 3. Pro ET should be headed to lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles, lane 8. Motorcycles, lane 8. You're going to be out following Sportsman. Justin Eller and Neil Eller. Gee, I wonder if they're related. 008 for Justin. 1245, 108 for the Poncho. Neil Eller in the dark goes 1213, 109. Here comes Ryan Haluska and John Terry. Oh, 001 on the bad side for Ryan Haluska. Continues to be on point here with the new combo. Steve, go around this guy. $11 red for David Rudd, 21 to the green side. For you do Rick Tater in the Platinum Construction lane. Going to be a 12-something, 1284 for Udo, 1302 for David Rudd out of Wilton in the Blue Nova. Going to put out the call for Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters. Lane number 1, please. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Dennis Bowman goes 068 on the tree. Slips into the number 9 qualifier position here in the first round of qualifying for the sportsman category. Steve Jaslovsky going to be the final runner out in the sportsman category. Just kidding, we got someone else. 089 to the green for Jammin' Steve. Starts off the run for the drag race machine. Probably another high 12-second pass. It's a pretty typical time in this category. Yeah, 1284, 110 miles an hour. For the Gear Jammer, here comes our final runner in the sportsman category. It's a looks like a California special of the Mustang variety. As we roll through the first round of qualifying here at the historic Reading Dragstrip, it is Wally weekend. There is a Wally Parks Trophy tomorrow on Sunday. The category Wally will be available to class winners. All right, guys, I got a scooter that's in lane number 1, and I'm calling the juniors to lane number 1. So if that's your scooter, it's probably in your best interest to motivate it out of the way. Once again, if your scooter is in lane number 1, please go ahead and move it. Bruce Thomas going to be the final runner here in the sportsman category. Motorcycles up next. Motorcycles up next. Once again, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. All right, Mike Utley, they're telling me that's your scooter. It's right in the middle of the staging lane, so Mike Utley, need you to move your little scoop mobile there. You're blocking the Junior Dragsters. I've got some thumbs up, so I'm assuming that means it's getting moved. Maybe? Oh no, the head's shaking. Just kidding. Moving into motorcycle qualifying with Steve Stone and Charlie Blunt. Shelly Garber, George Llewellyn. 007 for George Llewellyn. Nice shot at the top qualifier spot. 007 out of the gate for George in the Oldsmobile. Here comes Carl Heiner and Roger Phillips. The milkman in the house in the Platinum Construction Lane out of Modesto, California. Actually, two racers that we don't usually see anywhere but Sacramento, Carl Heiner and Roger Phillips. Yeah, that's more what we expect from Roger. Not a roll the beam thing. We expect a 13 green thing. He goes 657 at 104 miles an hour for the Milkman. Here comes Rick Green and Dan Gaylor out of Battle Mountain, Nevada. Some kind of difficulty there for Dan Gaylor. Just a nice, easy way down the track. Not the typical violent launch we see from the Big Green Mopar. Rick Green goes 720. Here comes your 2020 Pro Champion, Robert Crum, in the Platinum Construction lane, the little brown Chevy 2. And Angie Goss in the O2 Motorsports lane, the primered S-Dime Chevrolet. All right, I'm going to put out the first call for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Pro ET, it'd be great if you guys could pull forward as much as possible. Pro ET, please pull forward in the lanes. We have just called Super Pro. They're going to need that space. So Pro ET, please pull forward in the lanes. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7 for your first qualifier. 667 pass for Robert Crum after an 0:30 reaction time. And here comes Bob Pearson, Kevin Barden. Doing a double check on Bob Pearson's ride. He's got the okay to go down the track next to Eagle Point's Kevin Barden in the stick shift Mustang. .008 red for Kevin. A number so big that we couldn't count it red for Bob Pearson. That did that roll the beam thing. 668 the run for Barden. Here comes Gary Hammers and Amy Adams. Once again, Super Pro has been called to lane 6 and 7 for your first qualifier. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Mike Nelson and Sergio Gonzalez going to be the next pair out in Pro ET. Sergio, runner out of Biggs, California, the big purple Barracuda. Mike Nelson, the wheel standing Nova, out of Chico in the Platinum Construction lane. Sergio, 661, 104 miles an hour. 651 for the Nova. Here comes Shane Tatum, Mike Reynolds. As we continue for the first round of Pro ET qualifying, where George Llewellyn holds on to the top qualifier spot with a 007 reaction time. Shane Tatum, I have not seen this car before. Typically we see Shane in a good-looking 68 Camaro. Looks like we've switched to a shoebox Chevy Nova in the Platinum Construction side. $626 for the shoebox, 112 miles an hour. $754 for Mike Reynolds. Jay Greiner, second-generation racer out of South San Francisco, California. And Big John Sullivan in the Altered out of Bernie in the O2 Motorsports lane. Usually see John right around the 10 flat mark in the quarter. I guess we're going to see him around the 8th mile equivalent of whatever 10 flat is, because I don't know. .004 RED red for Jay Greiner. 675, 100 miles an hour. Well, I guess 10 flats right around 643, because that's what John Sullivan did. So that's pretty close. We'll go with that. That's going to be my new yardstick, or meter stick if you're over in Europe land. Here comes Jason Martin and Rob Edwards. Edwards, 63 Nova, the O2 Motorsports lane, and Jason Martin, the good-looking second-gen Camaro in the Platinum Construction side. Once again, Super Pro, 6 and 7, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Looks like we got most of you, so if there's any stragglers, now's your chance. 657 for Rob Edwards. Here comes Joseph Johnson and Bob Harris. Bob Harris doing duty in Pro today. How about that? The big Chevy long bed pickup, usually seen running in Sportsman, says, you know what the hey, I'll get the extra time run. I'll go 8th mile. I got enough fuel and enough batteries. I ought to make it down there. .45 on the tree for Bob Harris. He's going to go 777. Jackpot? Maybe no jackpot. 616 for Joseph Johnson. Still in pursuit of a reaction time better than 007 as George Llewellyn continues to hold on to the top qualifier spot in his Oldsmobile. Double up Dwayne Opperman in the O2 Motorsports lane out of Napa, California. Frequently seen here in the late rounds. 14 green for double up Dwayne, 090 for Kylie Wood. 756 for Opperman. 701 for Wood. All right, Frank Harder in a truly breathtakingly beautiful Nova station wagon in the O2 Motorsports lane. I'm not good enough with ears. It's a 66 or a 67. I need Lela here to tell me the difference because she's got both. Billy Goss out of Shingletown in the Platinum Construction lane. 27T Roadster. Yeah, it's fast. How about 531, 147? 531, 147 in a station wagon. All his groceries are stuck up against the back window. There's like a sheen of broken eggs, and he can no longer see behind him as Mike Weisach And Eric Warner approached the starting line. Eric Warner, 23T altered, the O2 Motorsports lane. And Mike Wysock, the A-body, the Duster, in the Platinum Construction lane. Warner, 557. 664 for Wysock. Wayne Larson goes back to the pits. We're going to send Gavin Glanzer down on a single. Ryan Haluska, Udo Richter. These guys have raced each other maybe once or twice. Haluska, Cotati, California, the 99 GMC. In the Platinum Construction lane goes 037 on the tree. He is 4th thou behind good buddy Udo Richter in the O2 Motorsports lane in the Mustang. The cars are much closer in the 8th mile than they are in the quarter mile. They're only 2/10 apart here. 8:21 the run for Udo. 8:44 for Ryan Haluska. Jammin' Steve Jaslovsky and John Terry as we're approaching the end. As a matter of fact, this is the end of Pro ET. See, we were approaching it, and now we're already there. John Terry out of Oakley, the 70 Nova in the Platinum Construction lane. And Jammin' Steve Jaslovsky, the stick-shift Mustang, the O2 Motorsports side. 30 red for Steve, 28 green for JT in the Nova. 785 for John, 823 the run for Steve Jaslovsky. Attention in the pits, looking for Kellen for the Junior Dragsters. Kellen for the Junior Dragsters. You're about to miss your pass. We need you down to the front of the lanes. So Kellen down to the front for the Junior Dragsters. All right, guys, so we're using all the staging lanes today. So when your category is done running, we need you to remove your golf carts or your scooters or whatever sort of flotsam and jetsam you got down there in the lanes with you. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is the next category is going to be going to lane 8. So if you've got something in lane 8, it's going to need to move in short order. $7.89 the run for Jaden Jones. $7.93 for Anna Loricella in the O2 Motorsports lane. Next pair out in Junior Dragster is going to be Joyce Schmidt and Crew Castile. Joyce Schmidt of the Schmidt Racing Clan. Usually see a Super Gas Camaro and a Dragster when the Simple Pump guys show up. Looks like we just got the Junior today. So Joyce Schmidt and Crew Castile. Once again, lane 8, you cannot have anything parked over there, guys. I'm going to be calling a category to lane 8. So if you've got a vehicle of some sort in lane number 8, it's going to need to get out of there. Test and tune, you're on deck. Don't come to the lanes yet, but be ready. As soon as we get a little bit of space, we're going to call you down. So test and tune, you're on deck. All right, that wraps up Junior Dragsters. We're moving into Super Pro. Super Pro, if you're not here, you're late. Super Pro coming out of the lanes now. First pair is going to be Joe Froome in the Tehama Tire sponsored Dragster in the O2 Motorsports lane, taking on Todd Ross in the Platinum Construction lane. .035 green for Joe Froome, 006 red for Todd Ross to start off his run here. Joe Froome goes 480, as here comes Bill Wood and Ken McConnell. Bill Wood, the Platinum Construction lane. Ken McConnell, the O2 Motorsports side. Two late round runners here in Super Pro, making their first time trial as a pair. 13 green for Bill Wood, 25 to the green side for Ken McConnell. Bill goes 479. Ken goes 550 in the first round of Super Pro qualifying. Jammin' Joey Earhart, one of the door car entries in the O2 Motorsports lane, the Henry J. And Craig Blaisdell in the Platinum Construction lane, the Seas Candy sponsored long car. .38 red for Joey Earhart. 3 red for Craig Blaisdell. Blaisdell goes 465, 149, 689, 99 miles an hour for Jammin' Joey. Here comes Mike Warren in the good-looking Beretta out of Oroville, California in the Platinum Construction lane. Taking on Cody Cloud in the Dragon Falcon on the Platinum Construction side as we continue through the first round of Super Pro qualifying here at the historic Reading Dragstrip. It is a beautiful day. It is May 8th. The weather is wonderful. The wind is fine. And it's a great day for drag racing. We're just about done with our first round of qualifying here. First of 2 rounds of qualifying available today. 14 green for Cody Cloud, 191 on the tree. Mike Warren missed it a bit there. The Beretta goes 694. Papa Bob Hartshorn coming out of the water box in the O2 Motorsports lane. The Fifth Avenue Body Shop Plymouth Duster lines up with Oroville's Tony Fox in the Platinum Construction lane. All right, I'm going to put out the call. Test and tune, lane 8. Tension in the pits. Test and tune, lane 8. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits. Test and tune, lane number 8. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits. Who let Alan Reinhardt in? Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Test and tune, lane 8. Tony Fox does that don't even wait for the tree to activate thing. Papa Bob Hartshorn, clearly thrown off, goes 414 on the tree. He's going to improve on that in his next round, almost certainly. Here comes Mike Thurber, Jason Vanderpool. Jason Vanderpool goes like super uber jumbo red. How about 323? Which is 323 is not a light you want to see, whether it's green or red. 011 green for Mike Thurber. Leads into his run of 576 in the third gen Chevy Camaro here. Slips him into the top qualifier spot here in Super Pro with that 011 reaction time. There's about 10 ways to improve on that, and if I had to take a guess, I'd say by the end of the second round of qualifying, somebody will have improved on that. Once again, test and tune, lane 8, Sportsman 2 and 3, Sportsman 2 and 3. Attention to the pits, Sportsman 2 and 3. Bobby Hartshorn and David White. Hartshorn out of Oroville, the long car in the Platinum Construction Lane. And David White out of Eureka, the 69 Chevy Camaro. So once again, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please. Test and tune, lane number 8. Kathy Ball out of Napa, California, the 69 Camaro in the Platinum Construction Lane. And Randy Cloud, the Maverick, on the O2 Motorsports side. .001 red for Kathy Ball. I was talking to her this morning. She put in a new delay box, and she goes, yeah, I don't really know where I'm going to be. I don't really know. I'm not sure. .001 red. Okay. All right, I see you. She goes 688, 99 miles an hour. 589 for Randy Cloud in the O2 Motorsports lane. Here comes Jake Wood and Mama Bear. Terry Sullivan in the O2 Motorsports lane. Ooh, 006 for Terry Sullivan. Mama Bear cracks into the number 1 qualifying spot here. Jake Wood, 057 on the tree. Not quite in the same ballpark. 006 for Terry Sullivan. Here comes Robert Crum and Mike Brundage. Oh, and just like that, it's gone. It didn't even last a pair. Robert Crum, 002 out of the gate. Says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Goes into the top qualifier spot in Super Pro. Brundage, 56 bulb. He's definitely going to be making a delay box adjustment. Here comes Sam Tucker. Sergio Gonzalez. Pair of Mopar powered entries. Once again, the Snack Shack is open on the east side of the racetrack. It is just about lunchtime. Serving up fresh jeans burgers. Got all sorts of good stuff. M&M's, popcorn, snow cones, hot dogs. You name it. Just on the east side of the racetrack. Look for the big neon jeans hamburger sign. It's also right next to the souvenir shop. Sergio and Sam are staged up. 012 green for Sergio. Car makes a little move to the right, gets it straightened out. 653 for the big purple Mopar. 545 the run for Sam Tucker. Jason and Kelsey Thurber. Got a family matchup going on here. Jason in the Platinum Construction lane and Kelsey the O2 Motorsports side. So this is daddy-daughter matchup, and daughter got the tree. 34 for Kelsey. Goes 669, 104 in the O2 Motorsports lane as Mike Reynolds. Mike Reynolds and Spanky McGee. Mike Reynolds, the snowman. 82 Chevy S-Dime. If that's not the first year, that's pretty close to it in the Platinum Construction lane. And Spanky McGee, well, you know who Spanky is. He's in the O2 Motorsports side. Spanky, 87 red. Mike Reynolds, 83 red in a battle to see who could red light more. Spanky McGee pulls it off. Here comes Roger Phillips on a single. At Modesto in the O2 Motorsports lane. Okay, Roger Phillips had a 13 light in Pro, and he just had a 13 light in Super Pro. So I guess he's got the tree figured out. He goes 657 at 105 miles an hour. Comes Casey Mella in the Brazil Family Racing Dragster, crewed by Jerry and Betty Brazil and friends including Jason Garza and others. Brazil family's been doing dragsters for a long time, certainly longer than my lifetime. They've crewed on top alcohol cars, top fuel cars. And the Brazil family knows dragsters. Once again, Sportsman should be in 2 and 3. Test and Tune is coming out of lane number 8 here very shortly. Motorcycles on deck. I see Charlie's already back there, so motorcycles on deck. Going to be calling you to fill lane 8 after Test and Tune cycles their way out. Crew goes down to check out Casey's car. Something's going on with the big bad dragster here. Gonna go down there, see what's what. Well, the car didn't shift, but it was definitely moving. 433, 132, clicking it off for Casey Mella. All right, so we're getting Casey off the racetrack here, and we're going to send Marty Cisneros out. All right, Larry Strawn in a vehicle that is very bizarre every time I look at it, the 31 Ford sedan that's about 17 feet in the air and fogging for mosquitoes. He's in the Platinum construction lane. With Les Frischman in the O2 Motorsports lane, 40 Chev relay. So once again, Sportsman should be in lanes 2 and 3. You're going to call Motorcycles, lane 8. Tension in the pits, Motorcycles, lane 8. And I'm going to call Pro ET back to lanes 4 and 5. Tension in the pits, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles to lane number 8. Once again, Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5, Motorcycles, lane 8. Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5, Motorcycles, lane 8. Jim Spurnack, Marysville. O2 Motorsports lane, we're just going to be doing a little bit of moppy, cleany in the Platinum construction lane. So just going to be sending vehicles down the O2 Motorsports lane here for a minute. Spurnack, probably looking for 990 would be my guess. Well, he did the lot faster than 990 thing. You went 948 at 157 for Jim Spurnack. Comes one of those not on file guys in the O2 Motorsports lane. Looks like another Brogy. Doing a little bit of driving out there. Gets it gathered up. Cruises on down the racetrack. 10:35, 111. All right, Sportsman, you're coming out of 2 and 3. If you're not here, you're late. Sportsman, 2 and 3, suit up. Pros should be on their way to lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles, looks like you're all in lane 8. Elisa Coyle, the trophy girl. 18 Buick in the Platinum Construction lane. Lisa Coyle maintains her. Actually, she moves up in the qualifying. She was green this time. She goes 187 on the tree. Stephanie Bracey. Red light in the O2 Motorsports lane. Here's where the qualifying currently sits in Sportsman. Your top qualifier, Justin Eller with the 008 reaction time. Udo Richter goes down the number 4 qualifier, 1283, 104. Steve Jaslovsky holds on to the number 11 spot. Here comes Ryan Haluska, the Haluska bro, and Andrew Olson. Andrew, 019 red. Ryan Haluska, 009. Slides right into the number 2 spot for the runner out of Katati in the pick-em-up truck. Ryan Haluska has stepped his game up here in these last couple weeks. The new cam and converter combination has really woken the truck up, and it has tuned up the driver as well. Funny how that goes sometimes. Andrew Olson, 1927 for the slowest car in the category, 1329 for Ryan Haluska. Here comes Josh Pruderbach and John Terry. Pruderbach does not repeat his previous 015 reaction time. It starts with a 4 this time. He goes 1246. John Terry goes 1248, 105 miles an hour. For the second generation racer in the Nova, here comes dead on Dennis Bowman and Bob Harris. Dennis Bowman, 15 on the tree. He goes 1283, 103. 1240, 104 for Bob Harris in the O2 Motorsports lane. Dennis Bowman moves up. He's now in the number 5 qualifier spot. Vas Merdita and Neil Eller. $12.22 for Merdita, $12.06 for Neil Eller. Dwayne Opperman and Justin Eller on ice here as we do a quick check of the racing surface. Once again, Pro ET should be in 4 and 5. Motorcycles are in lane number 8. Now we're doing stuff. Double up Dwayne Opperman. Eller still sitting at number 1 after the 008 bulb here in the Thunder Chicken in the O2 Motorsports lane. Runner out of Wairika, California. Dwayne Opperman, 024. Justin Eller goes 005 red. So he's pretty dialed in on that perfect light zone here. Opperman, 1206. 1242, the run for Justin Eller. Comes Joy Tucker, David Rudd. Miss Joy out of Redding, California, in the Platinum Construction Lane, 66, B-Body Mopar, low 12-second range. And David Rudd, the Blue Nova, typically right around the 1290 to 13 flat zone. Bruce Thomas, your final runner here in the sportsman category. Taking the California Special down the racetrack. $12.60, $110 for Bruce Thomas. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1 for the second round of qualifying. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Juniors down to lane number 1 for your second round of qualifying. Once again, junior dragsters, lane number 1, please. Tension in the pits, juniors, lane number 1. McConnells are already rolling in, so junior dragsters, lane number 1, please. All right, guys, so this is the second of our 2 rounds of qualifying. There will be buybacks available today. How that's going to work. So round number 1 is on a ladder. Round number 1 is on a ladder. You're going to have your laddered pairs. The losers of round number 1. Bill Wood, you're needed down on the race surface. Bill Wood, needed down on the race surface, please. Bill Wood, down to the starting line. All right, second round of pro qualifying is taking place. Juniors should be in lane number 1. I'm going to say Super Pro, 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Super Pro. Lane 6 and 7, please. Super Pro, 6 and 7. Oh, Dan Gaylor goes trip zip perfect on the tree. He's going to be your top qualifier unless, somebody else goes perfecter. Sometimes that happens. This is 000 with a 5. So you got 49 10 thou to play with. As Amy Adams and Carl Heiner approach the starting line. $716 for Heiner, $790 the run for Amy Adams in the Camaro. Rob Edwards goes red. Rick Green doesn't. He goes 48 green, 723 for Rick Green, the engine guy. Here comes Roger Phillips, the milkman, in the Platinum Construction Lane, the Yenko Chevy Nova. Currently sitting in the number 4 position. And Shelly Garber in the O2 Motorsports lane. Ooh, Roger Phillips. That's about the worst light I've ever seen him cut in his life. He goes 57 on the tree. 658 out the back door. So once again, juniors should be in lane number 1. Super Pros should be on their way to lane 6 and 7 for the second of 2 rounds of qualifying. Gary Hammers, Robert Crum. Gary Hammers, some kind of an issue. Robert Crum, 17 green, goes 663. Jay Griner, Eric Warner. Next pair out, Jay, the Platinum Construction Lane, the Big Purple People Eater. Bump, bump, bump. He goes 17 on the tree here. That's going to move him into the number 6 or 7 spot, depending on how much better or worse it is than Robert Crumbs. And he's worse by 1/10,000, so he's actually at the number 7 spot. Eric Warner moves up to somewhere further down that I can't scroll down to. It's below number 24 in the O2 Motorsports lane. We've got a big category in Pro today as Joseph Johnson and Kylie Wood approach the starting line. Jason Sauer, if you want to run today, go out to the gate and pay your money. We'll get you in. Jason Sauer, if you want to race today, we'll take care of you. Don't worry. You might only get one time trial, but you'll be on. So Jason Sauer, you want to run today, get your bike, get a tech card, and come on down to lane 8. .007 for John Terry moves him up to the number 2 spot. 786 out the back door. Dwayne Opperman, Bob Harris. 24 green for double up Dwayne Opperman here in the pro category. The O2 Motorsports lane, Bob Harris. And the big old pickup goes 779, 762. The run for Opperman in the Camaro. Moving into the wonderful world of junior dragsters now. Boston McConnell and Madison Jordan going to be your first pair out.
Okay, the Snack Shack currently does not have a line. If you've never tried our Jeans Burger, they are pretty awesome. That is the original Jeans Burger recipe from the Nash family. We have nachos, chili nachos, snow cones, popcorn, ice cream, Polish dogs, hot dogs, a little bit of everything over there. Go over and see the girls. Also at the t-shirt booth, we have these awesome new hats over there. Got a lot of new NHRA hats and a lot of NHRA stuff. A lot of baby stuff over there. So go check out the girls over there at the souvenir shop. Rhonda and Deanna will take care of you over there and all the new girls there in the Snack Shack today. Thanks for coming out to the historic Reading Dragstrip. Watching our juniors run here. Super Pro up next.
Crew Castile goes red. Colby Bates, 006 out of the gate. Good for the number 2 qualifier position here behind Kellen Schmidt. Anna Lauricella, Joyce Schmid, your next pair. Joyce Schmid, the O2 Motorsports lane. Anna Lauricella in the Platinum Construction lane. Anna Lauricella, 002 Red, goes 796, 82 miles an hour. 827 the run for Joyce Schmid in the O2 Motorsports lane. Tegan Glanzer and Owen Kinder, your next pair out. Tegan Glanzer, the 2020 Junior Dragster Pro champion, looking for his first green reaction time of the day. He was 009 Red on the first pass. He is the only competitor in the Junior Pro category. Still looking for the first green light of the day. All right, in a very unusual spot to find Tegan Glanzer, he is at the bottom of the ladder. The number 8 qualifier. Test and tune, lane 8. Tension in the pits. Test and tune, lane number 8. Test and tune, lane number 8. Joe Froome, Jason Thurber, first pair out in Super Pro. Currently looking for better than a 002 to take number 1 away from Robert Crum. Joe Froome gave it a shot. He goes 006, moves into the number 2 spot. Joey Erichart, Bobby Hartshorn. Eric Hart, the Platinum Construction Lane, the Henry J. Looking to improve on his number 27 qualifying position. Bobby Hartshorn in the O2 Motorsports Lane out of Oroville. Fifth Avenue Body Shop is his sponsor. 11 on the tree for Hartshorn. Looking for a 476. How about 146 miles an hour? Jammin' Joey. 688 in the Henry J. So once again, this is the second of 2 qualifying rounds today. There will be buybacks available. Buybacks will be called separately. So here's the way it's going to work. We're going to call round number 1. Round number 1 is going to happen for all categories. After the completion of round number 1 for all categories, the buyback round will be called category by category. When we call it, bring your car, bring your money, bring yourself. You'll have a chance to race off against the other less so fortunate round not winners to get your way back into the race. Comes Mike Warren, Jake Wood. Jake Wood, the Platinum Construction Lane. Blank, 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 green. 42 green for Jake. Mike Warren, the good-looking Beretta, goes 76 to the green side. 681 for the runner out of Oroville. Jake goes 518, 132 miles an hour. Ken McConnell, 009 out of the gate. Okay, we're starting to get in the double O's now. Top 5 are all 00 or better. Mike Brundage, Tony Fox, your next pair. Tony Fox, the O2 Motorsports Lane, and Mike Brundage, the 2020 Super Pro category champion in the Platinum Construction Lane. Mechanical issue for Mike Brundage. Mike Brundage, 008 red, goes 504, 135. Sam Tucker, Spanky McGee. Sam Tucker, the Platinum Construction Lane, the Mopar Powered. Ken Kerr, Bantam Altered. Hey, I got a full manufacturer and everything now. O2 Motorsports Lane is going to be Spanky McGee in that altered tee that he's been campaigning for some time. Kelsey Thurber, Todd Ross. Thurber, Platinum Construction Lane, part of the family's fleet of third-gen Camaros, and Todd Ross, the long car on the O2 Motorsports side, runner out of Granite Bay. As we roll through Super Pro qualifying, Test and Tune has been called to lane number 8. They're going to be the final category out in this rotation. Once again, Test and Tune, lane number 8, Test and Tune, lane number 8. Todd Ross, 002 red for his final qualifying round. Here comes Michael Thurber and Bill Wood. You remember I said something about a fleet of third-gen Camaros? The Thurbers have several. This is the white one in the Platinum Construction Lane. This is Grandpa. This Papa Thurber in the Platinum Construction Lane, and the real Bill Wood in the O2 Motorsports side. Oh, Bill Wood, 001 green, says, I will take the top qualifier position. Thank you very much for holding it for me. I will gladly take that. Bests Robert Crum by 6'10" thou and moves into the top qualifier position with just a few pairs left as Cody Cloud and Sam Ivey approach the starting line. This is a new car for Sam Ivey. It's a good-looking 71 Vega. This thing is fast. And just like Sam's other car, it is beautiful. It's too bad we don't get to see the old F100 pickup, but the Vega just gets the job done. He goes 557. Cody Cloud 630 in the Falcon after another 001. Bill Wood's top qualifier position has just been stolen after less than one round. Cody Cloud's 001 was 4/10,000ths stronger than Bill Wood's 001. Cody Cloud, you're new in Super Pro. Easy come, easy go, as Terry Sullivan and George Vanderpool approach the starting line. George Vanderpool did a thing. He went 484, 144, 538, the run for Terry Sullivan. Here comes Craig Blaisdell and Kathy Ball. Kathy Ball, napping Chevy Camaro in the Platinum Construction Lane. She was 001 red on the first hit. She goes 008 red on this hit. Craig Blaisdell owns the third 001 reaction time. And is it stronger than Cody Cloud's? It is not. Craig Blaisdell is going to slip right in between Cody Cloud and Bill Wood in the 001 reaction time category. So Bill Wood, in about 3 short passes, has gone from number 1 to number 3 qualifier, and they've all had 001 reaction times. We're waiting for the person to throw 3 goose eggs. Randy Cloud tried. He goes 001 red. 23 to the green for Jason Vanderpool, who goes 484 at 142 miles an hour. Roger Phillips, the Milkman, the O2 Motorsports lane. Adam Modesto, the Punisher Camaro. Not unusual to see Roger in the late rounds just about anywhere he goes. Sergio Gonzalez, runner out of Biggs in the Platinum Construction lane. $14 on the tree for Sergio, 22 to the green side. For the Milkman, Roger goes 657, 651 out the back door for Sergio Gonzalez. $26 green for Robert Crum goes 662. Mike Reynolds 756 out the back door. Here comes Dale Lindstrom, your final runner in Super Pro. The Chop Top 67 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. All right, so ladders are being posted at the tower. If you have not checked at the tower, the Sportsman ladder is posted. The Pro ladder is posted. The Motorcycle ladder is posted. Both Junior Dragster ladders are posted. And the Super Pro ladder is imminent. Dale Lindstrom goes 52 red. He does not improve on his number 24 qualifying position. And the ladder is set for Super Pro. So, once again, come get your laddered pairs down at the base of the tower. Once again, ladders are posted at the base of the tower. Marty says licensing pass. All right, guys, so we're going to be taking a 15-minute lunch break here after the conclusion of everything that's in the staging lanes. So, once again, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break before round number 1. Frank Miller out of Gold Hill, Oregon. I imagine that used to be a mining community of some kind. He's in the O2 Motorsports lane. And once again, so we're going to be taking a 15-minute break after the conclusion of everything in the staging lanes prior to round number 1. So there's going to be a 15-minute break here. So make sure to come to the base of the tower, get your ladder pairs for round number 1. That goes for all the summit categories. So going to be on the ladder round number 1. Larry Strawn in that 31 Ford Truckmobile goes down the track. He goes 10:58, 126 miles an hour. That's the final vehicle down the track. So this is the start of the 15-minute lunch break. It is 10 minutes after 4 at 4:25. We're going to be starting things off with round 1 of Sportsman. So we're going to keep this rotation. So if you have not gone to the tower to check out your ladder pairings, please do so. We are laddered round number 1. So go to the base of the tower, check out your ladder pair, and figure out who you're paired up with, and let's do this thing. Asterisk has lane choice. You probably already knew that, but just worth throwing that out there. So once again, come down to the base of the tower, check out your laddered pairings for round number 1, and we'll be back with you in 15 minutes. This is a great time to check out the Snack Shack on the east side of the racetrack. Just look for the big neon Jeans hamburger sign. We do have the Jeans family recipe. We also have hot dogs, snow cones, and all sorts of other good stuff over there. So head on over to the east side of the racetrack. We will be back with you with round number 1 in about 15 minutes. Well, 14 minutes and 35 seconds. All right, tension in the pits. The Super Pro ladder has changed. The Super Pro ladder has changed. If you've already looked at it, a change is being made. So the Super Pro ladder is currently changing. A new one will be posted shortly. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 8, round number 1. Motorcycle, lane 8, round number 1. So buybacks will be available in Sportsman, Pro, Motorcycle, and Super Pro. The buyback round will be run separately. We will call you after the completion of round number 1 in all the other categories. So Sportsman should be in lanes 2 and 3. Motorcycles, lane 8 for round number 1. Going to call Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5, round number 1. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the day. We're about to start eliminations. We ask you to please rise and stand if able and face Old Glory as we honor America with the national anthem. Once again, all rise please for the national anthem as we kick off round 1 of eliminations. All right, here we go. Round number 1 of Sportsman coming out of the lanes. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5 for round number 1 with your ladder pairs. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5, please. First pair out in Sportsman, going to be Ryan Haluska and Neil Eller. 13:31 the dial for Haluska. 12:04 right at the bottom of the category for Neil Eller in the dart. Big red light for Ryan Haluska. Green light for Neil Eller. Moves the dart from Wairika into the next round. I'm sure we'll see Ryan Haluska in the buyback round. Once again, the buybacks will be called separately after the completion of round number 1 of normal eliminations. We will call the buybacks category by category. You will come to the lanes with yourself, your car, and your money. Once again, motorcycles, lane 8 for round number 1. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Joy Tucker and Vas Merdita, your second pair out. 12:19 the dial for Joy. 12:22 for Vas in the Firebird. Only 3 hunt apart. Another red light. Ooh, it's a real red. 2 red lights. 011 red for Vas Merdita. 001 red for Joy Tucker. So 2 red lights here in the second pass. 12:21 for Vas. 12:26 for Joy. Joy moves on. She saves $25. Vas, time to crack open the old billfold. Here comes Dwayne Opperman and Stephanie Bracey. 12:10 the dial for Stephanie in the topless Volkswagen in the O2 Motorsports lane. 12:06 for Double Up Dwayne Opperman, the Camaro in the Platinum Construction lane. All right, and we're back at it. John Terry, Bruce Thomas. 1239 the dial for Bruce Thomas, 1247 for John Terry, the O2 Motorsports lane in the 70 Chevy Nova. John Terry picks up the win here, 1256 on a 1247 dial. Bruce Thomas moves on to the buyback round. Here comes Bob Harris, Josh Pruderbach. Double breakout finish. Bob Harris picks up the win. Udo Richter, jamming Steve Jeslovsky going down the racetrack. 1289 the dial for Udo. 1282 for Disco Steve. Don't expect to not see double brake lights and a double breakout. And jamming Steve with the win light. He goes under by 6 hun. Steve Jeslovsky moves on. Udo Richter, big breakout in the O2 Motorsports lane, and moves on to the buyback round as Elisa Coyle and David Rudd get pulled up. Elisa, 1753, the dial in the Buick, and 13 flat for David Rudd, the Blue Nova in the O2 Motorsports lane. David Rudd's off in pursuit of Elisa Coyle. Sergio Gonzalez, you're going to have a competition buy in Super Pro as Dennis Bowman and Andrew Olson get lined up here. $19.22, the dial for Andrew Olson in the Dragon Volvo wagon, the slowest car in sportsman competition today, as Dennis Bowman counts to 6. There he goes. The orange crate trying to run down the meatball. Is Dennis Bowman going to get there? That is the real question here. Andrew Olson on the brakes. It's a double breakout finish. Hey, where have you heard that before? Both under by over a tenth. Dennis Bowman, your winner. Charlie Blunt goes red. Bill Combs out of Kihei, Hawaii, going to pick up the win here. 1271 on a 1240. And it's going to be just a moment before we can go into Pro ET. In the meantime, I'm going to call Junior Dragsters down to lane number 1. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Juniors, lane number 1 for the first round, please. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. So we're just doing a little bit of maintenance down on the track here. We will be running Pro ET shortly. Once again, juniors should be headed down to lane number 1. Junior Dragsters should be headed down to lane number 1. Yeah, so we're just we're fixing a sensor down there, guys. We'll be running Pro here shortly. So just it's going to be a few more minutes here while we wrap up changing out one of the track sensors.
Attention spectators, there are designated red lines in the staging area. Please remain behind those lines. Do not walk across the staging area or the starting line. It is for your safety. There are designated areas to cross in the staging lanes, marked with American flags. Again, please stay behind the designated areas for your safety. Thank you.
See, there's a good cop announcer and a bad cop announcer. Don't make me tag in bad cop again, guys. Follow the rules. Jeff Barth, I thought you were heading over there for a tech, buddy. Jeff Barth. Tim Odell's over there waiting for you. So, Jeff Barth, head on over near the snack shack to get your car teched. He's waiting on you. All right, I'm going to throw Super Pro into 6 and 7. How about Super Pro 6 and 7? Start rolling in. Might as well use this time to get some people in the lanes. Once again, we're making a quick repair to a sensor down there, and we'll be right back with you. Special shout out to Marty Schmeltz, one of our crew members, unable to make it today. And Marty, we're thinking of you, buddy, and we're sending you all the best. We really wish you were here with us. So, sending Marty Schmeltz some good vibes, as wasn't feeling too hot today. So, hoping you feel better, Marty. All right, guys, it's going to be another 5 minutes. I'm just told from down there. So if you want to take your helmet off, go on ahead. It's going to be another 5 minutes down there. All right, guys, repairs have been completed. Please suit up. Pro ET, suit up. Pro ET, suit up, please. Super Pro should be on their way to lane 6 and 7. Juniors, lane number 1. Pro, suit up. All right, first pair out in Pro ET, George Llewellyn and John Sullivan. 644 for George, 640 the dial for Big John. Big John, Big John, Big Bad John. I guess Marty Robbins was in the tower for a minute, but he seems like he left. So John and George getting lined up, ready to go. We got the next pair in the water box. So Pro ET coming out of 4 and 5. Super Pro should be on their way to 6 and 7 for round number 1. Special shout out to Tony Thurber down in the staging lanes, helping us out tremendously today. Her first day on the job, and wouldn't you say she is doing a stellar job? You can almost give her a perfect light sticker for doing a perfect job. George Llewellyn goes red. John Sullivan keeps it green and puts the Bantam Altered into the next round. Llewellyn probably going to be in the buyback round. Here comes Jason Martin, Roger Phillips. 657 for the Milkman, Adam Modesto, the O2 Motorsports lane. 611 for Jason Martin. He's doing the chasing in the Platinum Construction lane. Well, I could take a guess on this one. I'm going to haphazard a guess and say Roger Phillips. Yeah, he's going to get it here. 22 on the tree. Goodbye, 3. Jason Martin's light started with a 2, and that's not going to cut it here. Big red light for Rob Edwards. Small green light for Rick Green. Going to be Green moving on. Lights the electricity in the Platinum Construction lane. .720, the dial for Jeannie Gordon in the O2 Motorsports lane. She fouls out. Robert Crum keeps it green and moves on to the next round. He goes 687, clicks it off early on a 660 pass. As Billy Goss and Bob Pearson approach the starting line. 652. The dial for Pearson, 610 for Billy Goss. In the Platinum Construction lane, the T Roadster. Similar reaction times for both Billy and Bob. Breakout by Billy, win light by Bob. Pearson coming back. Billy Goss buying back. Here comes Eric Warner, Angie Goss. 754 for Angie, 548. The dial for Eric in the 23 Altered. Red light from Eric Warner, 23 on the red side. Angie Goss picking up the win here as we move through round number 1 of Pro AT at the historic Reading Dragstrip. Brought to you by such sponsors as Dearman Pump, Western General Engineering, Crown Motors, Napa Auto Parts, O2 Motorsports, Owl's Saw Shop. Those are just a few of the awesome sponsors we have here at the historic Reading Dragstrip. Big thanks to each and every one of you. You know who you are, and you're helping keep drag racing alive here in Shasta County. Shelley Garber and Mike Reynolds are staged up and ready to go. Usually see Reynolds out here in a Nova, I believe. This is not a Nova. This is a Chevy S10. Goes 746 on a 755. Way too quick. Shelley Garber quick by 12 thou, but the lesser of the two offenses. Going to be Shelley Garber, the wild dog. Coming back into the next round as Ryan Haluska and Karl Heiner approach the starting line. Usually see Karl Heiner down at Sacramento Raceway Park. Not sure he's ever made the trip north to Reading. If he has, it sure hasn't been in a little while. 7:15 the dial, he fouls out. 006 red for Haluska. Real red hands the win over to Haluska. 8:51 on the 8:46. Sergio Gonzalez, Gary Hammers. The battle of the purple people eaters here. Gary Hammers 7 flat in the Henry J. 6:51 for Sergio in the Baccaruda in the Platinum Construction Lane. Going to be a win light for Sergio. Gary Hammers cut Sergio's reaction time in half, but he couldn't run the predicted dial-in. That gave the pilot from Biggs all the advantage he needed. Sergio picks up the win. Here comes Pete Gordon, Mike Wysock. Mike Wysock, Pete Gordon. Pete Gordon, the short little Chevy S10, the O2 Motorsports lane. They did not come that short from the factory. And Mike Wysock, A-body Duster, 636 the dial in the Platinum Construction Lane. Something goes away on Pete Gordon's truck. There he goes. Mike Wysock's going to pick up the win here. Got down there. Pete Gordon's reaction time looked like somebody else's dial-in. It's actually higher than his dial-in. But he's not going to pick up the win here. It's going to be Mike Wysock. Here comes Mike Nelson. John Terry. I feel like I just said John Terry. He must have just gone down in Sportsman. 785 the dial here in Pro. 622 for Mike Nelson in the other Nova in the Platinum Construction Lane. Fairly similar reaction times from both drivers. There's a little bit in it. The advantage is owned by Mike Nelson. Mike Nelson goes 2 thou under the dial-in. John Terry, good by 21. Puts the Oakley-based Nova into the next round, and the Chico-based Nova into the buyback round. Here comes Shane Tatum, Gavin Glanzer. Shane Tatum, big red light, finger slipped off the button. Gavin Glanzer, big green light, but a win light to go with it. Gavin Glanzer moves on, the patriarch of the Glanzer racing family. Here comes Dwayne Opperman, Kylie Wood. Ooh. Okay, this might get a little interesting down there. Dwayne Opperman got treed hard, and Kylie Wood takes out double up Dwayne Opperman. She's 25 total. She's 10 out of the gate. Sorry, she's 15 total. 10 out of the gate, dead 5. Dwayne Opperman was 35 on the tree. And as my good friend Kevin likes to say, that is mathematically ineligible. Here comes Bob Harris, Joseph Johnson. Oh, 68 for Bob Harris. The big long bed pickup. He goes 783 on a 774. Joseph Johnson fouls out. Bob Harris moves on in Pro ET. Here comes Udo Richter, Amy Adams. Richter, your reigning Division 7 sportsman champion out of Oakley, California, 818. The dial on crowd control in the Platinum Construction Lane, 789. Amy Adams doing the chasing. In the 79 Camaro, the O2 Motorsports lane. Udo Richter. Advantage on the tree, advantage at the stripe. Going to be Udo Richter. Amy Adams, 206 on the tree. Not going to get it done. Kevin Barden and Steve Jaslovsky. It's the battle of the gear jammers. They're both ripping the gears, and it is Kevin Barden with the win light on a double breakout. Jay Greiner and Franco Harder out of Anderson, California. The 66 or 67 Nova Station wagon. We'll go 66 and a half. It's somewhere in the middle. He's dialed 531. 671, the head start goes to Jay Greiner in the big purple Ventura. That's like a street outlaw type of thing. Franco Harder burnout to the 330 foot. Red lights, doesn't run the number. Jay Greiner, conservative light, conservative pass. Takes the win. Dan Gaylor, your top qualifier after a perfect reaction time here on the single, 6:52, the prediction. Juniors, suit up. Juniors, suit up. All right, test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. Boston McConnell, 1214 the dial. In the Platinum Construction lane, Madison Jordan, 890 the dial, the O2 Motorsports lane. These are the two competitors in the junior novice category. Junior Dragsters is a great little program. It's kids from ages 5 to 17. ET depends on how old the kids are. The older they are, the faster they go. I'm told there's also an adult category to where adults can also drive junior dragsters, assuming they fit or have modified the car in such a way. I've yet to see such a driver in such a car. However, I'm told it's possible. All right, Boston and Madison. Boston's away. Here comes Madison. Similar reaction times from both junior dragster pilots. Looking at each other, scoreboard says your winner is going to be Boston McConnell. How about 0.02 of a second down there? It's a 2.5-inch stripe, a 2.5-inch finish line for Boston McConnell at 51 miles an hour. I can't do that in my street car, and Boston just did it in a junior, guys. Next pair out is going to be Jay Schmidt and Kellen Schmidt. Really? We laddered the Schmidts together? Well, I guess Portertree laddered them together. Somebody needs to call Al Smith. Both Schmidts out of Minden, Nevada. 890 for Kellen, 824 for Jace. Owen Kinder, Crew Castile, your next pair. In that last pair, Kellen Schmidt fouled out. Jace Schmidt was 003 on the tree. How about 829 on an 824? Here comes Owen Kinder, who's also dialed 824. Seems to be a popular number to dial. And Crew Castile, 790 in the O2 Motorsports lane out of Gardnerville, Nevada. A lot of racers in the Gardnerville-Minden area out here today. It's basically the same area. They are adjacent to one another. Crew Castile, a substantial reaction time advantage. Going to pick up the win here. 15 on the tree. Owen Kinder was 079 on the tree, and he broke out trying to get there first. Here comes Jaden Jones, Tegan Glanzer, your next pair. Tegan, the reigning 2020 Junior Dragstrip Pro Champion, starts today's race at the bottom of the ladder, qualifying position number 8. 790 dials a pair for both Tegan and Jaden. That tree's going to drop at the same time. Whichever car moves first, without a red light that is, we don't do that, is going to be the one with the reaction time advantage. Both crew chiefs have stepped back. The drivers are approaching the starting line. Tegan's pre-staged. Pre-staged for Jaden. Here come the bumps. Jaden is in. Tegan in. Tree drops. There is a fairly substantial starting line advantage out there. It's owned by Tegan Glanzer. Tegan going to pick up the win. He's 32 on the tree. Goes 792 on the 790. Jaden Jones closer to the dial-in, 791 on a 790. But a 315 reaction time is not going to cut it here. Anna Laura Sella, Colby Bates, 890 the dial for Colby. 795, Anna Laura Sella in the O2 Motorsports lane. Super Pro, you're coming out next. Lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, you're coming out next. All right, I'm going to put the call out. Sportsman buyback. Tension in the pits. Sportsman buyback. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Tension in the pits. Sportsman buyback. Lanes 2 and 3. Bring your car, bring your money, and bring yourself. Sportsman buyback. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buybacks are $25. Pro buybacks are $30. And Super Pro buybacks are $35. So once again, tension in the pits. Sportsman buyback. Lanes 2 and 3. Andrew Olson with the potential single in the Sportsman buyback. All right, here we go. The first round of Super Pro. Bobby Hartshorn, David White. 556 the dial for David White in the sinister-looking 69 Camaro, the O2 Motorsports lane. 474 for Bobby Hartshorn in the 5th Avenue Body Shop, the Dragster. Oh, and 6th thou red light for Bobby Hartshorn. Dunks it in round 1. David White moves on to the next round. Craig Blaisdell to the lanes, please. Craig Blaisdell to the lanes. Your competition is down here. You are not. Oh, somebody says he broke. He did break. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Jason Thurber on the single. Craig Blaisdell would have been his competitor. 685, the prediction for Thurber. Dale Lindstrom, Michael Thurber, your next pair. So once again, Sportsman buyback, lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman buyback, lanes 2 and 3, please. Attention in the pits, Sportsman buyback, lanes 2 and 3, please. Oh, and a big red light from Dale Lindstrom. And a tiny green light from Michael Thurber. He goes 002 out of the gate. 580 on a 572 for Michael Thurber. Going to be moving on into the next round here as Todd Ross and Sam Tucker approach the starting line. Sam Tucker with the win, 546 on a 543. Joe Froome, Joey Earhart, the Battle of the Joes. 687 for Earhart. In the wheel standing, Henry J. 484 for Joe Froome. Comes Jason Vanderpool, Spanky McGee, your next pair. 484 for Vanderpool, 553 for the Spank Man in the O2 Motorsports lane. Oh my goodness. This is going to go right down to the wire. Spanky McGee breaks out He was 008 on the tree. Jason Vanderpool, 007 on the tree. Both players came and hit home runs, but Jason Vanderpool going to move on. Here comes Ken McConnell, Mike Warren. Warren, the good-looking Beretta out of Oroville, 678 the dial, the O2 Motorsports lane. 544 for Ken McConnell in the Platinum Construction lane. Ken McConnell. Moving on, Mike Warren. Sleepy on the tree and nowhere near the dial. Comes Sam Ivey and Kathy Ball. 688 for Kathy in the O2 Motorsports lane. 557 for Sam Ivey in the quick little Vega, the Platinum Construction side. Kathy Ball has not had a green light all day, and she goes red again. Sam Ivey moving on into the next round in the Little Vega. Comes Mama Bear. Terry Sullivan, 538 the dial, the O2 Motorsports lane. And Mike Brundage, the reigning Super Pro champion, 504 the dial in the Platinum Construction lane. As we roll through the first round of Super Pro, I'm going to call the Pro Buyback. If you are the unlucky recipient of a losing time slip in the first round of Pro ET, bring yourself, bring $30, and bring your car down to lanes 4 and 5. So Pro ET Buyback, lanes 4 and 5. Steve Jaslovsky has the potential single in the Pro Buyback. So once again, Pro Buyback, 4 and 5. Bring yourself, your car, and $30. Steve Jaslovsky has the potential single in the buyback. .003 red for Terry Sullivan. Not the light she was looking for. 39 green for Brundage. Going to pick up the win here as Bill Wood and Kelsey Thurber approach the starting line. 668 for Thurber, 480 the dial for the real Bill Wood in the O2 Motorsports lane. Bill Wood wraps the tires a little bit. Car starts moving. He breaks out by 2 thou, but Kelsey Thurber broke out by more. Double breakout seems to be the name of the game here in round number 1. It is happening. Double breakout. Bill Wood moves on. Mike Reynolds, Randy Cloud. Randy Cloud moves on. 008 out of the gate. Mike Reynolds fouls out. A lot of red lights, a lot of double breakouts here. Those are 2 ways to lose. That keeps happening. Why don't you guys stop doing that? Here comes Roger Phillips on a competition single. Casey Mella would have been his competition, unable to make the call. 657 the dial for Roger. Roger Phillips. He's coming back. Funny how that happens when you're the only car on the racetrack. Here comes Cody Cloud on the real buy. So this is the reaction time earned single. That's 657 the dial here. 630. Pardon my French. Sergio Gonzalez on another competition single here. A lot of broken cars. Bob Hartshorn would have been his competitor here. Sergio Gonzalez puts 21 total on the racetrack on the bye run. He's going to be pretty pleased with that. Robert Crum and Jake Wood heating up the Hoosiers coming out of the water box. Does Mr. Crum, 663 the dial, 519 for Jake Wood here, doing the chasing in the O2 Motorsports lane. Ooh, how about that? A hot tree for Robert Crum, 009 out of the gate, and it's a double breakout, and he doesn't get it. Robert Crum under by 13. Jake Wood, 31 on the tree, under by 11. Crum took, I'm not good at math. Crum took 3 thou too much down there. Took 24, needed to take 21 or less. All right, I'm going to call the motorcycle buyback. For this one round only, you guys are going to be in lane number 1. So motorcycle buyback, lane number 1, please. Motorcycle buyback, lane number 1, please. Test and tune, you should be ready to go. You should be suited and booted. Comes Les Frischman out of Phoenix, Oregon. Sorry about that. Phoenix, Oregon. The O2 Motorsports lane. All right, Super Pro buyback. Let's try that again. Super Pro buyback. I know you guys just ran, but when you're able, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Super Pro buyback, lane 6 and 7. When you're able, bring yourself, bring your car, bring $35. So Super Pro buyback, lane 6 and 7. Come on by when you're able. Sportsman buyback should be ready to go in 2 and 3. Pro buyback should be ready to go in 4 and 5. Motorcycle buyback, lane 1. Motorcycle buyback, lane 1. Casey Mella getting backed up here. The Brazil Family Racing entry. Just making a test and tune rip here. So all the buybacks should be in the lanes, guys. Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5, Motorcycle. Yeah, we'll just try that again. All the buybacks should be in the lanes, please. Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5, Motorcycle lane number 1, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Buybacks to the lanes. Buybacks to the lanes. And moving on through the buyback round, Udo Richter with a round win. Ryan Haluska with a round win. Here comes Voss Merdita and Stephanie Bracey. 12:20 the dial for Voss and the Firebird. 12:10 for Stephanie in the V-dub. And oh my goodness, this one's going to go right down to the wire down there. Finish line says, how about that Voss Merdita guy? He was 001 on the tree to pick up the win. Andrew Olson, the potential single, got a single here in the buyback round in the Dragon Volvo Wagon 1913 The dial in the O2 Motorsports lane. In the single mud flap special. Comes John Roberts out of Shingletown, the not quite a motorcycle buyback here. He's the only entry. Rob Edwards, Pete Gordon. Moving through the pro category buyback here. Both drivers with difficulty leaving the starting line, but going to be Rob Edwards down there picking up the win. Jam and Steve Jaslovsky out of San Jose going to be picking up the single here. Moving right on into the next round of Pro Eliminator. Yes, that's right. It's 1982, and everything ends in Eliminator. Or comp, or rod, or something in between. Eliminator rod comp. That's going to be our next category here. No, just kidding. It's Super Pro. Kathy Ball, Bobby Hartshorn. 476, the dial for Bobby Hartshorn. All right, so at the conclusion of buybacks, it's going to be a couple minutes while we recombobulate the ladders here. So, going to be a couple minutes. George Vanderpool, Terry Sullivan. 487, the dial for Vanderpool. 539 for Mama Bear in the O2 Motorsports lane. Similar reaction times from both. Going to be Mama Bear moving on. 541 on a 539 for Terry Sullivan. George Vanderpool under by 3 thou. Here comes Joe Froome, Kelsey Thurber. .482 the dial for Froome in the Platinum Construction lane. The Tehama Tire sponsored dragster. 663 Kelsey Thurber in the O2 Motorsports lane. Gonna be Joe Froome, 20 on the tree, dead 1, 21 total. Kelsey Thurber, 35 on the tree, dead 2, but the reaction time hampered the effort. Here comes Todd Ross on the single. This is going to conclude the buyback round. All right, sportsman, your ladder is posted. Sportsman, your ladder is posted at the base of the tower. Sportsman, your ladder is posted at the base of the tower. So once again, it's going to be a few minutes while we recombobulate the ladders. So just sit tight. We'll announce with you when they're ready. So once again, sportsman, your ladder is ready at the base of the tower. Pro is in process. Attention in the pits. Pro, your ladder is posted at the tower. Sportsman and pro ladders are posted at the tower. Sportsman and pro ladders are posted at the tower. Come get your opponents. Get your ladder pairs. The ladder is very different than it was in round number 1. Due to the nature of buybacks, we basically need to spray everybody up and shove them back into the ladder. So, sportsman and pro, your ladders are at the base of the tower. Sportsman and pro, base of the tower.
Okay, if you have not heard, we are trying to do our end of the year banquet on the race on June 19th. So we will be starting that race earlier in the day, that bracket race, and then we will have our banquet later on in the afternoon. If you could check us out on Facebook, we will have up-to-date information on that. Just giving everybody a heads up, June 19th, we will have our last year's banquet here at the track. And there'll be a live band, raffle. Glenn will be doing the Glenn's barbecue. So mark that on your calendar. The June 19th, we'll have more information out on the Facebook page. And our next race will be a 3-day race. So we are going to race May 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So Friday night will be a street legal race at 6 p.m. on Friday night. And then we will have May 22nd and May 23rd will be our bracket race with West Coast Pro Gas Association, also running with us. So we will have a 3-day event, May 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Friday the 21st will be a street legal renegade race. And then Saturday and Sunday will be a back-to-back bracket with West Coast Pro Gas. Super Pro, your ladder is posted. Super Pro, your ladder is posted. Okay, and Super Pro, Jake Wood has Joe Froome. Jake Wood has lane choice. Randy Cloud has Tony Fox. Randy Cloud has lane choice. Roger Phillips has Todd Ross. Roger Phillips has lane choice. Jason Thurber has Mike Brundage. Jason Thurber has lane choice. Ken McConnell has Terry Sullivan. Ken McConnell has lane choice. Sam Tucker has Joey Iricart. Sam Tucker has lane choice. Bill Wood has Bobby Hartshorn. Bill Wood has lane choice. Jason Vanderpool has Sam Ivy. Jason Vanderpool has lane choice. Michael Thurber has David Wright. Michael Thurber has lane choice. Sergio Gonzalez has Cody Cloud, and Sergio has lane choice. Sportsman, Neil Eller has the bye. Justin Eller racing Udo Richter with Justin having lane choice. John Terry racing Joy Tucker. John Terry has lane choice. Dennis Bowman is racing Ryan Haluska. And Dennis has lane choice. Dwayne Opperman has Bob Harris. Dwayne Opperman has lane choice. Steve Joslowski has Boss Merdita. And Steve has lane choice. David Rudd has Andrew Olson, and David Rudd has lane choice. Pro, Kylie Wood has the bye. Bob Harris has Ryan Haluska. Bob Harris has lane choice.
Hey, Charlene's voice changed. Udo Richter with lane choice over Bob Pearson. Gavin Glanzer has lane choice over Mike Nelson. Roger Phillips lane choice over Big John Sullivan in the Altered. Mike Wysock with lane choice over Shane Tatum in the Chevy 2. Kevin Barden lane choice over Shelley Garber. Sergio Gonzalez has lane choice over Rob Edwards. Again, this is round 2 of Pro ET. Rick Green with lane choice over Robert Crum. Dan Gaylor, lane choice over Jammin' Steve Jaslowski. John Terry, lane choice over Angie Goss. And Jay Greiner with lane choice over Double Up Dwayne Opperman. Man, who makes these ladders anyway? Alan Plowman, lane choice over Bill Combs in the motorcycle category. Steve Stone with lane choice over John Roberts on the snowmobile. So those are the ladders. If you missed any of that, just come down to the base of the tower. It's all in writing, and you don't have to figure out what we're saying. So ladders are at the base of the tower. I'm going to call. How about those sportsmen guys? Lanes 2 and 3. Sportsmen. Round number 2 with your laddered pairs, please. Tension in the pits. Sportsmen, lanes 2 and 3. Sportsmen, lanes 2 and 3, please. Once again, sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Hey, pull forward. I'm going to make Shirlene a t-shirt that says that. Pull forward in the lanes. Sportsman. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman 2 and 3. Motorcycles lane 8. Motorcycles lane 8. Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Motorcycles lane 8. All right, motorcycles lane 8. Motorcycles lane 8. Pro 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Pro 4 and 5. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Round number 2. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles lane 8. Pro ET 4 and 5. Motorcycles lane number 8. Looks like we have all of sportsmen in the house. By which I mean in the lanes. They're all down there doing sportsman stuff. Doing weather, checking tires, wasting window chalk. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Hey, we're going to do stuff. Sportsmen, suit up. Click it or ticket. Pro ET 4 and 5. Pro ET 4 and 5. Dennis Bowman, Ryan Haluska. Coming out round 2 of Sportsman. Once again, Pro 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5 with your laddered pairs as Dennis Bowman puts the orange crate into the stage beams. And he's off in pursuit of Ryan Haluska. 1329, the dial for the GMC pickup. 1282 for Dead On Bowman. It's going to be Dead On Dennis down there. He goes 008 out of the gate. 1284 on a 1282 for the win here. Haluska, 37 on the tree, 1 hun under the dial. Not going to get it done. Dennis Bowman moves on. Here comes Neil Eller out of Wairika on the single. Voss Merdita and Steve Jaslovsky. 1276 for Steve. 1221 the dial for Voss in the Firebird, the O2 Motorsports lane. Runner out of Sacramento. Those of you who follow Northern California bracket racing will know that Voss Merdita has one heck of a strong record in the Udo Richter Steve Hirsch Wednesday night bracket shootout series. He's going to move on here. Steve Jaslovsky goes 6th thou red off the starting line and ends his day in the sportsman category. Voss moves on. He goes under the dial-in, runs it out the back door, says, hey, I'll get some data. Why would I not do that? Might as well just keep my foot in it. Justin Eller, Udo Richter. Eller, 12 flat the dial, the Thunder Chicken in the Platinum Construction lane. He's going to move on. Udo Richter dunks it red, 18 on the bad side. And hide the sharp objects in that pit area. Justin Eller was 182 on the tree. He goes 1234, and he goes 1234 on a 12 flat. Udo Richter had about 5/10 to play with, and he dunked it 200 red. Here comes Andrew Olson, David Rudd. 1908, the dial for Andrew Olson, the slowest car in sportsman competition, the Dragon Volvo wagon. Taking on David Rudd, 1298, the dial, the O2 Motorsports lane. Both drivers away, clean and green. David Rudd with about 300 feet to make up. He's closing fast on the Meatball Express down at the finish line. Andrew Olson breaks out. He goes 13 under the dial. David Rudd moves on. He goes 13 flat on a 1298. comes Miss Joy Tucker, 1224 the dial, the 66 Satellite. 450 some odd cubic inches of Mopar. 1224 the dial. 1246 for John Terry in the O2 Motorsports lane, the runner out of Oakley, second generation racer. Similar reaction times from both, but neither one of them is going to be very happy with them. They're only 9 thou apart. It's a double breakout finish, and the winner is Joy Tucker. John Terry, 101 on the tree, under by 65. Joy Tucker, 110 on the tree, under by less. Bob Harris, Dwayne Opperman, 1205 for double up Dwayne. Well, how do these two always get laddered together? 1235 for Bob Harris. Bob Harris has the advantage, and Bob Harris breaks out. He treed the ever-living heck out of Dwayne Opperman, and he broke out in the process. He took 14 feet down there. Dwayne goes dead on 8 on the dial after a 56 light. Bob Harris had him covered. He just needed to grab a little bit more of those big old drum brakes on the pick-em-up truck. Moving into the motorcycle category now. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET should be in lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1 for round number 2. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1 for round number 2. Alan Plowman, Bill Combs. First pair out in motorcycle, 1240 the dial for Bill out of Kihei, Hawaii. 978, Alan Plowman out of Magalia, California. That's basically paradise. Big wheelie from Alan Plowman, but unfortunately a big red light goes with it. Bill Combs going to pick it up. Once again, Junior Dragsters, this is your second call to lane number 1, please. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. If you are junior and or a dragster, well, okay, maybe just Junior Dragsters. Lane number 1, please. All right, we got the all clear from the track crew, John Roberts and Steve Stone. John Roberts, one of the more interesting entries here in the snowmobile. I almost said snowmobile. Snowmobile out of Shingletown in the Platinum Construction Lane, 976 the dial. He's doing the chasing here. Steve Stone in the O2 Motorsports Lane with a 989 dial in. The snowmobile closing fast on the motorcycle down at the finish line. How about the motorcycle? Steve Stone, 998, 122 miles an hour. John Roberts, 987 at 133. But about a tenth off the dial and a tenth off on the reaction time is about 2/10 too many. We're moving into Pro ET. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tension in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, Super Pro. Lane 6 and 7, please. Tension in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Kylie Wood going to pick up the win on the single. Goes 699, 99 miles an hour. Here comes Rob Edwards. Sergio Gonzalez. 651 for Sergio, 660. The dial for Rob Edwards, the 63 Chevy 2 in the O2 Motorsports lane. Runner out of Medford, Oregon. Both drivers staged. Clean and green from both. Side by side, 8th mile, scoreboard says. Hey, how about Sergio? 651 with a 4 on a 651 dial-in. Rob Edwards breaks out. Kevin Barden, Shelley Garber. 659 for Barden. Pardon me there. Ripping through the gears in the Mustang. And he breaks out. He goes 656, too quick. 750 for Shelley Garber. Already won Pro once this year. She's still in it to win it. She moves on to round number 3. Rick Green, Robert Crum, your next pair. Once again, Pro ET is coming out of lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro should be on their way to lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Rick Green, Robert Crum. 662, the dial for Crum, your defending Pro category champion. In the O2 Motorsports lane, chasing his own engine builder, Rick Green in the Platinum Construction lane. Rick Green breaks out. Robert Crum doesn't. Going to pick up the win here, 665 for Robert Crum in the Chevy 2. Here comes Mike Nelson and Gavin Glanzer. Pair of Chevy Novas. Nice wheel stander. Gavin Glanzer's car, the O2 Motorsports lane. 683 is his dial. 621 for Mike Nelson in the Platinum Construction lane. As we continue round 2 of Pro category eliminations here, and this one's a doozy. They are 7 thou apart out of the gate. Gavin Glanzer really ripped the tree. He was 001 off the starting line, and he broke out. Mike Nelson was 008 off the starting line. Not a shabby effort, however. He didn't break out at the finish line. Gavin Glanzer took too much, but he really killed the tree on that one. Here comes Shane Tatum and Mike Wysock. 612 and 638, the dials respectively. They're 5 thou apart out of the gate. They're a little more than that down at the finish line. Going to be Mike Wysock coming back. The Duster moves on to round 3. Roger Phillips, John Sullivan. Going to be Roger Phillips, 662 on a 658. Sullivan missed the tree. Going to be Roger moving on. Here comes Udo Richter, Bob Pearson. Udo looking for the first win light of the day here. Well, okay, not the first win light of the day. He's looking for more win lights for today. 817 the dial. 667 for Bob Pearson in the O2 Motorsports lane. Udo gets lucky here. Bob Pearson, 3 thou red. Udo softens up on the tree after his red light in the first round of Sportsman. Goes 822 out the back door in crowd control. Dan Gaylor, Steve Jaslovsky. $813 for Jammin' Steve. There he goes. There goes Dan, your top qualifier in the Pro AT category. They're 5 thou apart. Looks like Dan has caught him. Yeah, it's going to be Dan Gaylor, 654 on a 648. He was 5 thou behind at the start, but the Mustang couldn't run the number. It's going to be Dan Gaylor putting the big green Mopar into the third round. Here comes John Terry in the O2 Motorsports lane, 782 the dial. 3/10 the head start over Shingletown's Angie Goss in the Platinum Construction lane. Yeah, John Terry, he won that one. 45 on the tree. Goodbye quite a bit. Bob Harris, Ryan Haluska, the battle of the pick-em-up trucks. 844 for Ryan, 770. The dial for Bob Harris in the world's loudest sportsman car. The 69 long bed in the Platinum Construction lane. Oh, it's a real red. Bob Harris, bigger red light than Ryan Haluska. Puts Ryan into the next round. 849 on the 844 dial-in. Haluska moves on to round 3 of Pro ET. Here comes Dwayne Opperman, Jay Greiner. Jay Greiner, Dwayne Opperman. Very similar reaction times. They're only 3 thou apart. It goes to Dwayne Opperman, 3 inches down at the finish line. Jay Greiner, 3 thou behind out of the gate. 14 thou off the dial. Dwayne was 15 thou off the dial. How many times can I say thou? But he was 3 thou ahead out of the gate. Thou to thou. Dwayne Opperman comes back in pro. Junior dragsters are coming out. If you're not here, you're late. Juniors coming out of the lanes now. Super Pro should be in lane 6 and 7. Super Pro should be in lane 6 and 7, please. So pretty much after the completion of the round, your updated ladders are going to be posted, guys. So just go on down to the base of the tower and pick up your pairings and be ready for the next call. Boston McConnell and Madison Jordan. This is 2 out of 3. Boston's already got 1 out of 3. Madison needs to make this one count to go to the third race. Or maybe they'll just race again anyway. They might. 892 for Madison, 1215 for the youngest McConnell with a race car. All right, we're going to the third round. Boston McConnell, big red light out of the gate. $790 for Crew Castile, the O2 Motorsports lane. Going to be doing the chasing here. Jay Schmidt leaving first with an 831 dial. Tree drops. Clean and green. Fairly similar reaction times from both drivers. Down there at the 8th mile, scoreboard says going to be Crew Castile. Jay Schmidt breaks out. 829 on an 831. Castile moves on. Anna Lauricella, Tegan Glanzer. 790 for Tegan, the O2 Motorsports lane, and Anna Lauricella, 795 in the Platinum Construction lane. Tegan Glanzer, Anna Lauricella. Tegan Glanzer with the starting line advantage. Steve Lowry trying to use the force and tell Tegan to back into it. He does. Dead 4. Anna Lauricella breaks out by 0.003 of a second. Tegan Glanzer moving on to the next round of junior dragsters. Who knew Steve Lowry was a drag racing Jedi trying to use the Force and slow Tegan's car down? Here comes the next round of Super Pro. Super Pro, if you're not here, you are late, and you're not going to be happy. I'm going to call Sportsman round number 3. Round number 3. Yeah, let's go with round number 3. Tension in the pits, Sportsman, round number 3. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Tension in the pits, Sportsman, rounds 2 and 3. Lanes 2 and 3 for round 3. Mike Brundage, 505, doing the chasing here. There goes Jason Thurber. Jason Thurber was really, really, really green, and Mike Brundage capitalized on it. 510 on a 505. Last year's class champion is still in it to win it. Here comes Sam Tucker and Jammin' Joey Ericard. 688 for Ericard in the wheel-standing Henry J, the O2 Motorsports lane. The Henry J, one of those rather peculiar cars from the 50s. Basically, it was one of the more entry-level cars on the market. The trunk was optional, by which I mean the standard car had a trunk, but you couldn't get to it because the trunk lid itself was an option. The standard car just had a solid steel panel there. You could also order this car through the Sears catalog, but it was called an Allstate. Test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. If you are testing and or tuning, come on down to lane number 8. I know I just told somebody we were going to skip you this round, but we decided we're going to run you. So test and tune. If you want to test and or tune, come on down to lane number 8. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3 for round number 3, please. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3 for round number 3. Bobby Hartshorn, Bill Wood. Staged up, loaded up, and trucking. They are 2 thou apart. And the scoreboard says it's going to be Bobby Hartshorn by 2 feet. He was 14 out of the gate, goes 477, and picks up the win over Bill Wood. Comes Randy Cloud, another Sacramento Raceway guy, in the 69 Maverick. On the topic, this is kind of like the Henry J. On the topic of things that cars should have had but didn't, the Maverick didn't have a glove box. It just had a shelf on the dashboard because that was cheaper than a glove box mechanism. 586 for the Maverick of Randy Cloud, 504 for the dragster and Tony Fox. Tony Fox moving around a little bit down there, gets it gathered up, turns on the wind light. 14 on the tree, good by 22. Randy Cloud, 1 foot behind where he wanted to be. Mama Bear, Terry Sullivan, 540 the dial, the O2 Suncoast in the O2 Motorsports lane. You want to have fun with your insurance agent, tell him you drive an O2 Suncoast and watch the guy's head explode. Ken McConnell out of Red Bluff, 546 the dial in the Platinum Construction lane. Terry Sullivan breaks out. She missed the tree by some margin and goes 6th thou under the dial in. Ken McConnell. 26 on the tree, good by a bundle. He moves on here. Once again, test and tune, lane number 8, Sportsman. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman. Lanes 2 and 3 for round number 3. David White, Michael Thurber. First gen and a third gen. Camaros in action. Double, I can't see. I need to get my eyes checked. That's why I'm in the tower and not in the race car. David White goes red. Michael Thurber goes green. And sort of how paper covers rock, green beats red. Michael Thurber moves on. Cody Cloud, Sergio Gonzalez. 6:30 for Cloud, 6:51 for Sergio in the Barracuda. It's interesting. You could pretty much option up a Barracuda to be just like a Cuda. You could order just about all the options, all the performance options, and still have a Barracuda. A lot of people did that because the only way to get air conditioning was with a Barracuda. There was no AC on the Cuda. Double breakout at the finish, Sergio Gonzalez. Big hole shot. Keeps it closer to the dial-in. Oh, the first perfect light of the day is owned by Jason Vanderpool, and he gets a win light to go with it, 487 on a 485. Jake Wood, Joe Froome, 518 for Jake Wood and 481 for Joe Froome in the Tehama Tire Dragster in the O2 Motorsports lane. Oh, and Joe Froome dunks it red, 007. Jake Wood finally finds the tree. He goes 009 green to move into the next round. Roger Phillips and Todd Ross are going to be the next pair here. 658 the dial for Roger. The Punisher in the O2 Motorsports lane. Test and tune, suit up. Test and tune, suit up. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman, if you got your pairs, pull forward, please. Roger Phillips came to play today. He goes 9th thou out of the gate. He goes dead 3. How about 12 total for the door car off the bottom? And Roger Phillips. Todd Ross, 70 on the tree, breaks out in the process. Moving into test and tune now with Jeff Barth and Bracy. Sportsman, if you have your pairs, pull forward, please. Sportsman, if you have your pairs, pull forward, please. It's getting to be that time where I basically just start saying all winners, back to the lanes. All winners, back to the lanes. If your last time slip had a smiley face on it, or your run had a win light, come on back. All winners back to the lanes. All winners back to the lanes. Motorcycles, lane 8. Motorcycles, lane 8. Just slip in right behind Test and Tune. Motorcycles, lane 8. All winners back to the lanes. So while we're getting Josh's car off the racetrack here, as I was just saying, it's getting to be that time where the categories are shrinking. So when you're ready, winners back to the lanes. Sportsmen, I see you're back. Motorcycles should be on their way back. It'd be really great if Pro AT could start heading this way. Just going to start turning and burning, guys. So as soon as you can, come on back to the lanes. All right, moving into sportsman round number 3, Neil Eller and Justin Eller. Oh, man. It's Eller on Eller. Pontiac on Dart. 12 flat to 12.05. Just pretty heads up. That's pretty close. So sportsman's coming out of the lanes. Pro should be on their way to lanes 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5. Pretty much just going to keep. I'm going to sound like a broken record. You're going to be sick of me here. Just all winners back to the lanes. When you are able, all winners back to the lanes. Neil Eller, the victorious of the 2 Ellers. It's 4th thou down there at the finish line. Neil moving on. David Rudd, Voss Merdita. Gonna be I almost said the wrong name. Voss Merdita, 38 on the tree, dead 0. David Rudd was 009 off the starting line. Either he couldn't run the number or he gave it back. It's 1 foot down there for Voss Merdita and the Firebird. Here comes Dennis Bowman, Joy Tucker. All right, Miss Joy and Dennis Bowman going down the racetrack. Miss Joy with the starting line advantage. And she does it. She takes out dead on Dennis Bowman. Dennis was late. He was 076 on the tree. Joy with a 300 starting line advantage is going to move on to the next round. Dwayne Opperman, Mr. Double Up, has labeled himself on his license plate, so we don't forget. 1205, the dial in the O2 Motorsports lane for Double Up Dwayne here on the single pass. $15 out of the gate for Dwayne. He goes 12:06, 05. Into the wonderful world of motorcycles. This is the final round. It's Steve Stone and Bill Combs out of Kihei, Hawaii. 1265 for Bill. 989 the dial for Steve Stone in the O2 Motorsports lane. Bill Combs, the runner out of Hawaii, is going to pick up the win here. Hide the sharp objects in Steve Stone's pit. Bill was kind of late, and Steve was really early. Neither rider going to be particularly impressed with that, but Bill is the winner. Moving into what's next here? Probably Pro ET. Do we have all the Pro cars? Maybe? I don't know. Let's find out. All right, I'm missing 3 cars in pro, I'm missing. Who am I missing? Dwayne Opperman's coming. I know that because he just went down the racetrack. I'm missing Roger Phillips and Mike Wysock. So once again, I'm missing Roger Phillips and Mike Wysock in the Pro ET category. You guys are a pair, so if you could come down here together, that'd be kind of nice. Sergio Gonzalez, Shelly Garber. Sergio on the brakes, going to be Sergio, 658 on the 650. Shelly Garber, 196 on the tree. Not going to get it done here. $662 for Robert Crum, $667 for Dan Gaylor. Hey, how about Bill Combs, your winner today in the motorcycle category, all the way out of Kihei, Hawaii. Robert Crum goes dead one. 15 total out there on the racetrack. Dan Gaylor was 73, and the top qualifier is done. Ryan Haluska, Kylie Wood. Ryan Haluska, Kylie Wood. 848 for Haluska. The Dragon Sierra pickup. More than 250,000 miles on the old LS motor in this here pick-em-up truck. 698 the dial for Kylie in the O2 Motorsports lane. Well, as my good buddy Nate Hershey would say, Ryan Haluska is going to be joining the gang over at Camp Commiseration after a 37 red light. Kylie Wood moves on into the next round. Udo Richter and Mike Nelson. Going to make up your next pair here in Pro ET. 622 the dial for Mike. 819 for the Division 7 Sportsman Champ in the O2 Motorsports lane. Boston McConnell, we need you to the staging lanes. Boston McConnell, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Once again, winners back to the lanes. Winners back to the lanes. When we have a complete category, we're just going to run it. So, winners back to the lanes. And that is the best broom I have ever seen. You can sweep in two directions at once. Mike Nelson breaks out. Udo Richter doesn't break out. So he's going to move on here into the next round where he will find himself facing Kylie Wood. John Terry and that double up Dwayne guy. Where have I heard that before? 762 the dial in the O2 Motorsports lane for the runner out of Napa. 782 for JT in the Nova. Big red light for John Terry. On his best 60 foot of the day, I think the car just really jumped out of the beams. It looked like he pulled the wheels there a little bit. 786 for John Terry. Roger Phillips, Mike Wysock. 658 the dial for Roger. 637 for Mike Wysock. If I was a betting man, I'd make an early prediction. And I would have been right. Roger Phillips with a 1/10 starting line advantage. Going to pick up the win here over Mike Wysock. Dale Lindstrom coming up here on a test and or tune pass in his Chop Top 68 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. Dale Lindstrom. Dale Lindstrom, 979 at 100. Clicks it off. 581, 119 in the 8th. So it looks like Super Pro's starting to filter in. So Super Pro 6 and 7 if you're still in. Super Pro lane 6 and 7, please. Attention in the pits. Super Pro lane 6 and 7, please. Looks like I've got 4 cars. Looks like I got 4 cars, and we got 6 more to come. So Super Pro 6 and 7. Turn them and burn them. Bring it on. All right, here comes the Junior Dragster Novice Final. It's 2 out of 3. It comes down to this. Boston McConnell, Madison Jordan. 892 the dial for Madison in the O2 Motorsports lane. Boston McConnell, the category heavyweight in the Platinum Construction lane. 1224 is his dial. Once again, Super Pro. Just start coming on in, Super Pro. If you're Super and or a Pro, start heading down to 6 and 7. And actually, just Super Pro. Regular Pro, you haven't been called yet, so just Super Pro. Madison fouls out. Boston McConnell going to be your winner today in Junior Novice. All right, guys. The second perfect light of the day is owned by Tegan Glanzer. And he's going to pick up the win, 793 on a 790 dial. Crew Castile goes 5 thou under. So Tegan Glanzer picks up the category win with a perfect reaction time. Ken McConnell, Joey Ericart. Joey Ericart with a starting line advantage. Joey Ericart breaks out. Ken McConnell continues his march through the rounds. He is moving on to round number 4, where he will face the winner of the pair that is pulling into the water box. Jake Wood, Tony Fox, 516. The dial for Jake, 505. For Tony Fox in the O2 Motorsports lane. Tony Fox moves on. Put a lot of heat in that tranny, but car didn't seem to mind. 506 on a 505. Jake Wood missed the tree and he missed the dial. $29 dead 9. Going to be Jason Vanderpool. Bobby Hartshorn, 27 on the tree. Goodbye 12. It's 1/10,000. Down at the finish line, it's less than an inch. Your margin of victory for Jason Vanderpool. Sergio going to pick up the win here. He's got the single in the next round. That was the race for the bye, so Sergio Gonzalez with the single in round number 4. Oh, man, Roger Phillips goes red in Super Pro by 7th thou. I would not have predicted that. Mike Brundage, 18 on the tree, dead 1. He goes 19 total. Roger would have had to go 008 or better to beat Brundage on that pass. A tall order. All right, so all winners back to the lanes. Sportsman Pro, Super Pro Motorcycle. I know a lot of you just ran. I don't expect you to turn and burn with a 200-degree torque converter, but whenever you're able to come back, we'd love to have you. So come on back to the lanes whenever you're able. Same goes for Test and Tune. Test and Tune lane 8 is pretty much open, so if you want to test and tune, come on down to lane 8, or rather, if you're in Test and Tune, I should have said that differently. If you're in Test and Tune, come on down to lane 8 and we'll run you. So all winners back to the lanes. Comes Frank Miller out of Gold Hill on a single here in Test and Tune. Tegan Glanzer, your winner today in the Junior Pro category with a perfect reaction time in the final round. Wow, Frank Miller clicks it off in the 8th, and he still goes 776 at 125 miles an hour. He was 465 at 150 in the 8th. And by the way that car sounds, I think it's still got even more left in it. All right, so sportsmen 2 and 3, please. Pro and Super Pro, just come on back when you can. We'll run you all when we have a complete category. So Pro and Super Pro, if you're ready, just come on back to the lanes, and when you're all here, we'll run you. Test and Tune lane 8 is open if you have a Test and Tune tech card. Crew Castile, the runner-up in the Junior Pro category in the winner's circle. All right, here comes Joy Tucker and Neil Eller. 1219 the dial for Joy, 1205 for Neil in the O2 Motorsports lane. Battle of the Mopars here in the Sportsman semifinal. Winner's going to be Neil Eller. He's moving to the final round. Joy Tucker, behind from the start, behind at the finish line. Neil Eller out of Wairika is going to the final round. Is he going to take on one of these guys? Is it going to be Dwayne Opperman or Voss Merdita in the Firebird? Pair of first generation F bodies here. 1216 for Voss in the Pontiac. 1206 the dial for Dwayne Opperman in the Camaro. Well, they're making their way down the track side by side. Dwayne Opperman out of the throttle. Win light. Dwayne Opperman. It's going to be Dwayne Opperman, Neil Eller, your final round in the sportsman category. Very tight finish line down there. All right, looking for Robert Crum to the staging lanes. You're the last person I'm missing in pro. Roger Crum to the staging lanes. Robert Crum. Oh, my goodness. I should look at what I'm reading. Robert Crum to the staging lanes. Robert Crum to the staging lanes. All right, here we go. It's the quarterfinals of Pro ET. It's Udo Richter and Kylie Wood, the first pair out. $6.99, the dial for Kylie in the O2 Motorsports lane. $8.20, Udo Richter, 2020 Sportsman Division 7 champion. Talk to Shirlene. If she says it's okay, do it. All right, Kylie Wood goes red. Udo Richter moves on. Looking at the ladder here, he's not on the buy side of the ladder. He's going to have the winner of this pair. He's going to have Roger Phillips or Sergio Gonzalez in the upcoming pro semifinal. $6.58, the dial for Roger in the O2 Motorsports lane. $6.51 for Sergio. The race to see who gets to race Udo Richter in the pro semifinal. Both drivers are in. Tree drops. They're both green, but one of them's really green, and it was Sergio. His light started with a 3. Not really sure what happened there. Roger Phillips was 11 out of the gate. He's going to take the win. So Roger Phillips with lane choice over Udo Richter in the upcoming semi. The winner of this next pair is going to have the single. All right, Super Pro 6 and 7. Super Pro 6 and 7, please. Super Pro 6 and 7. Start turning them around. Robert Crum and Dwayne Opperman. This is the race for the bye run. Winner of this gets the single into the final round. It's $6.59 for Robert Crum in the Chevy 2. the top-notch cleaning solutions car in the Platinum Construction lane. And double up Dwayne Opperman, the 67 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. Robert Crumb has stopped Dwayne Opperman. Dwayne's one of those guys where once he gets going, he's tough to stop, and Robert Crumb did it. He goes 6:59.0 on a 6:59 dial with an 0:24 reaction time. Dwayne Opperman was 0:22 out of the gate, dead 2 on the dial. It came down to the 10th thou. It was 1 inch down there, and it's Robert Crumb on the single into the final round of Pro ET. Once again, Super Pro. I'm looking for Tony Fox, Mike Brundage, and Sergio Gonzalez. Sergio, you got the bye run. You can just stage the car and back out. That is your choice. All right, here we go. Into the Super Pro quarterfinal. Jason Vanderpool and Ken McConnell. First pair into the water. .485, the dial for Vanderpool. .561 for Ken McConnell. So here we go. Ken's pre-staged. Jason is pre-staged. Porta tree drops, and Ken McConnell is 2 thou on the bad side of the tree. Jason Vanderpool is in the Plymouth Barracuda, 653 the dial. For the runner out of Biggs, California, East Biggs Mini Storage is his sponsor. Sergio's in, tree drops on the buy run. He's 27 to the green side. Takes the big Mopar down the track, turns in the numbers. How about 654 on a 653? And your final pair out in Super Pro. This is the Tony Fox. 506 dials. These guys are heads up. Whichever car moves first has the reaction time advantage. But beyond that, it's still just a bracket race. So 506 dials a pair for Tony Fox and Mike Brundage. This is the part where I say, guys, the sun's going down. We'd really like to have your taillights on from this point forward. I know there's only a couple rounds left, but if you could have your taillights on, it would be much appreciated. We'd like to be able to track your progress down the racetrack. Brundage and Fox in and staged. And Tony Fox goes 001 red. Mike Brundage is 004 green. He goes 506.2. Mike Brundage is 6 thou total on the racetrack. And I'd say that earned him the buy run. So Mike Brundage on the buy run into the final round in Super Pro. So once again, all categories, winners back to the lanes when you're able. We've got the Sportsman Final, the Pro, I think it's the Semi, and the Super Pro Semi. I know you guys just ran, but winners back to the lanes when possible. Lane 8 is open for those with a Test and Tune tech card. Robert Crumb, you're due for your bye run. If you want us to just do a foot break, just let us know. You don't have to show up. We can just bump you into the final round. So, Robert Crumb, if you want to make your run, come down. And if you don't, we'll just foot break you. Just let us know what you want to do.
Okay, we got final call for the Snack Shack and T-shirt booth. Final call for the Snack Shack and T-shirt booth. If you'd like something to eat or grab a hat or a T-shirt, make sure you make your way over there because they will be closing up.
Roger Phillips, Udo Richter in the pro semifinal. 658 the dial for Roger, 815 for Udo Richter in the platinum construction lane. This is the battle for the final round. Who gets to race Robert Crumb for all the marbles, not Marlboros? Who gets to race Robert Crumb for all the Marlboros? Marbles. You know what I meant. It's probably going to be Roger Phillips. Yep, 660 on a 658. Udo, 51 on the tree. Not going to get it done. It's Roger Phillips and Robert Crumb. All right, so we have the sportsman final here in the lanes. So we have the sportsman final. All we need is the pro final and the super pro final, and then we can all go home. Except for those of you who are staying here, of course. This is now your home, whether or not you like it. Yeah, 1205's a pair here in the sportsman final. Neil Eller and Dwayne Opperman dialed heads up for the victor in sportsman. Neil Eller, 1205 on the dart in the Platinum Construction lane. The same dial for Dwayne Opperman in the O2 Motorsports lane. There's a reaction time advantage out there. It's not quite as big as you'd think, but we'll see where it goes. Neil Eller, Dwayne Opperman, door to door, mirror to mirror. Scoreboard says Dwayne Opperman, 12:11 on a 12:05, gets it done in sportsman. Dwayne Opperman, your winner in sportsman. Once again, pro and super pro looking for the final round. All right, if you guys are ready, go now. Super Pro. No, wait. Super Pro's going to go first. Go after Super Pro. All right, I was wrong. So sue me. It's the Super Pro semi, but it is the Pro final. Well, it's a good thing that was a single. Mike Brundage not going to be happy with that run, so good thing that was a single. He goes into the final. All right, here we go. Dwayne Opperman, your sportsman winner in the winner's circle. Double up D. Wayne. Single ups. All right, here we go. Sergio Gonzalez and Jason Vanderpool. Gonna see who gets to play with Mike Brundage in the Super Pro final round. It's gonna be a good one. 653 for Sergio. The Barracuda in the Platinum Construction lane. So 487. Haha, I gotta look at the right box. 487 for Jason Vanderpool in the O2 Motorsports lane. Oh, it's a real red race. Both drivers, red light out of the gate. Sergio Gonzalez picks up the win. He was 002 red. He goes 655 on a 653. Vanderpool, 008 red, and it's going to be Sergio Gonzalez and Mike Brundage in the upcoming Super Pro final. Sergio Gonzalez will have lane choice over Mike Brundage. Here comes the pro final round. Roger Phillips and Robert Crum. All right, it is the third heads-up round that we've had today in a final. Robert Crum, 658. Roger Phillips, 658. For the milkman, Adam Modesto. All right, Robert Crumb, Roger Phillips. Very careful staging here. Seventh out apart, Roger and Robert. Robert Crumb breaks out. He goes 12 under. Roger Phillips keeps it over the dial in. The milkman picks up the win in the pro category. All right, Steve and John, if you're going to do it, go do it. Neil Eller, your runner-up in the sportsman category down here in the winner's circle. All right, the Snack Shack is closed. The Snack Shack is closed. Well, it's John Terry at the 8th mile at a blistering 18 miles an hour. Steve Jaslovsky, 31 seconds in the 8th at 15 miles an hour. We're going to see if they pick up or maybe even slow down before the quarter here. We're about to run out of time on the timing system. It only goes up to 1 minute and 5 seconds. John Terry, 52 seconds at 18 miles an hour. Steve, 60 seconds at 15 miles an hour. So we're just looking for that Super Pro final. I know you guys just ran, but Mike Brundage and Sergio Gonzalez, whenever you guys can come down, we'll put this thing to bed. All right, Roger Phillips, your winner in the pro category. First time at the Reading Dragstrip in 20 years. I'd say that was a trip worth it. After a tight final round with Robert Crumb. Roger Phillips gets it done. What, none of y'all want to hang out with Roger in the winner's circle? Come on. All right, we're just looking for Mike Brundage. Mike, whenever you can turn it around, bring it on by. Robert Crum, your runner-up today in the Pro ET category in the top-notch commercial cleaning Chevy 2. All right, so Roger Crum and Robert Phillips go back to their pit areas. All right, here comes the final pass of the night. It's the Super Pro final. It's Sergio Gonzalez and Mike Brundage. 508, the dial for Brundage in the O2 Motorsports lane. The defending Super Pro champion. .654 for Sergio Gonzalez in the Platinum Construction lane in the big purple Barracuda. Both drivers red lit in the semifinal round. Sergio's red light gave him lane choice. He chose the Platinum Construction lane. 1.5 seconds. Head start to the 8th mile cone goes to the Barracuda, and it starts right about 1.5 seconds from now. There it goes. Clean and green. One of them's a lot greener than the other. Sergio missed the tree big time. And, yeah, he didn't get it. Mike Brundage, 006 on the tree. Good by 25. He's 31 total. Sergio, 84 on the tree. Missed the dial by 0.2. Not a Not a solid run for the Mopar. Sergio is going to have to settle for runner-up. Mike Brundage, your winner in the Super Pro category. That does it here for us today from the historic Reading Dragstrip. From all of you, we want to say thank you very much for joining us here for the race today. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, and thanks to all the racers for competing. To those of you on the Shasta Beam live stream, we bid you good night.